chat. Hello. Welcome. We're doing more development today. Actually, maybe it should be the Gremlin model. The Gremlin has the keyboard. After all, I did spend so long setting it up. I'd better get my money's worth out of it. Say it like me setting. Oh, scaling issue. I say it like me setting up the keyboard cost me any money. It didn't. Not any more than buying the model itself. But it took a lot of time. Sorry. All right, let's get down to brass tacks here. We're going to be doing some development, specifically on the Minecraft app. So maybe I should have set the title to Minecraft Dev and switch my category to Minecraft. Let's do that. Minecraft Gremlin writes a Minecraft plugin. Up our category to Minecraft. Okay. Get CurseForge open. Literally fucking nothing. My favorite mod pack. All right. What does my scene look like? Code isn't being. Actually, code isn't supposed to be even shown. It's supposed to be right here. Why not? Huh? But it's on though. I just realized that you never could hear the the window capture, could you? It's not supposed to be window capture 3. It's supposed to be a Visual Studio Code capture. What is the problem? Why is it not appearing? Place the right place. No, it's not. We found the issue. Transform, reset. Okay. Sick. Now we can do full surface main scene. Welcome to Minecraft. Alright, I'm going to burn my left screen as server manager. What I do is honestly I might just make a batch file to pull and restart. Honestly what I could just do is start. Is it pull and start for labels? I forget. Copy what is the target directory of this? Get to copy this file. Copy this path. Here it is. So copy this file to plugins 0.1.jar. Does that work? It's been a while since I've written a batch file. Looks like it did. So anytime I write stop on the server, it should pull the latest version of the plugin and should restart automatically. Let us test. It did. Okay. Sick. Now we just need to get down to the good stuff. All of the development. So here's where we're at. We have our basic API. If I click the little magnifying icon, or yes. Okay. Now that it's not bothering me about extensions every 10 minutes, here is our generic API. We do need to specify types. So types we have Razzo, which is name is HP drain, for example. Internal name is Minecraft.hp drain or something. What else is in the parameter list? I forget. There's a description. Um, oh, actually, we use Carrot as our escape character. There's a there's a display name. There's only display name and internal name. There's middleware ID. Doesn't there's type. Hold on. I had to write all of these. Okay, so we have play name is damage. Kernel name is damage. Type is discrete. Minimum value is maximum value 3. Unit name points. I guess points. Options is null. And then impact is an object with the 3 things difficulty. We'll give the value of 0.7. Impact 1.0. These on 10 or are these on 1? I think these are on 10, so I'll give this a 10. The difficulty is pretty high, having HP drain. Relevance, also 10. Extremely relevant to the player's strategy. Okay. Next we have interval. We'll say is 20 to 300. Okay, we'll try that. This is an example Razzo. All right. So that's our example Razzo. I would like actually to make a bunch of them because there could be fun things like there's a lot of fun effects you could do. You could have things like every time you equip armor, it gets cursive binding and stuff like that. There's a lot of fun effects you could do. I don't know how I would do all of the tracking for it, but we could make it work. So our goal today is to create one of these objects. To have a parameterized Razzo. The problem is the parameters are different for each player. Actually, they're different for each instance because a player can be on one Razzo more than once. So we need to create some system to correlate an instance of a Razzo with a player. because you can be affected by the same one more than once. And the effects should stack. We also need to generally create a link with the server because we don't have one right now. But honestly, I'm probably gonna do that last because the server integration isn't actually that important since this is going to run most, if not all, of the game code anyway. Honestly, we might even start by writing just single app things and then tie them with a server later. Because this is already, because it's a server plugin, can be used for multiplayer. That, and I suspect this project is going to take a long time overall, considering we don't even have an API for the other guys. Desk mat that I've got is not really doing it for me. So we're gonna bust out the best desk mat I have. Because mainly my mouse is at the exact edge of it. So we're going to take away this dirty desk mat. We're gonna put in a slightly less dirty desk mat. Only slightly. But yeah, another thing that we might need to look into is how to handle. So the problem right now is that, for example, this HP drain curse, its definition is pretty harsh. Because I wanted to have ranges, right, where you can have like a strong drain that has high intervals, or a weak drain that has low intervals, which is actually probably worse. Because in Minecraft, taking damage interrupts your movement. But I want it to be kind of a not because right now with these parameters, you could theoretically get a strong drain with a low interval, which is guaranteed death until it ends. Which isn't good. That's bad design. So we need to find a way to kind of constrain it a little bit. Or at least tell the moderator that, hey, this is going to be incredibly intense. Outside of, extreme, like, restoratives, like, this is just going to kill them repeatedly until it ends. Trying to put this desk mat under the monitors. Do it without flopping monitor off of the desk. All right, I now have a big desk mat, which is very slightly not aligned with the edge of the desk, which is annoying. Still not quite aligned, but that'll work. All right. Now that I can actually put my mouse on the desk and not worry about it flopping off. All right. I don't want to make it so I can go all the way over here. To be fair, nothing from my left hand, so move it over a bit. This is riveting content. This is what people come here for. To watch me manage my desk. Isn't that what you guys come here for? The type of content people want. Desk management. Desk's a little But yeah, my desk's a little dirty. This is content right here. Wish they were this brave to manage their desk on stream. All right, my desk mat is now right aligned. Fit on my desk. I have hardware for like installing my chair. Why? Let's have a sticker. What's the sticker? Oh. I have a car decal sticker, which I would put on my car, but probably get shot. Okay, I talk about my place like it's like the worst possible place to live. Like people will shoot you for anything. To be fair, not sure how inaccurate that is. All right. My keyboard has been reinstalled. Where's my mouse? Where's my son? Yeah. Tracking seems to be slightly worse. Oh well. Wait, this has receiver plugged in? This is a wireless mouse. I don't have the receiver plugged in. This is so sad. I can guarantee you this thing is charged. It's been charging for like 4 weeks. Probably longer than that. 10 weeks. A year, maybe. It's been a hot minute. Um USB. Probably put away the solid state drive. All right. Desk management. Riveting content. Okay. Let's get into it. So, first things first, let's add these properties. We don't have them. We also need to introduce parameters which are not available yet. I guess we're gonna have a metadata and then an instance class. How did I do it before? The metadata in the server is not actually the same as an instance of one. Do I even want to hold instance data on the server? I think I have to, but it'll be confusing and bad. But that's okay. We'll live. All right. So we have a for each of these. We need to kind of split this. So let's get rid of this. So the problem is players isn't a good one. How do I want to do this? It. Because each player can have more than one of a singular Ratzo at once. So it cannot be a static list of players for each one. Because if each Ratzo could take a list of its own instances, which might work. Am I able to create Ratzo instance based on because Ratzo instance would probably inherit from Ratzo. Means that I can't inherit from the more specific Ratzo. So like for example, the vampirism Ratzo, I can't make an instance out of it. Hmm. I could have each Ratzo have a Ratzo instance which just contains parameter lists and the owner of it, which might work, but then we can't serialize it because the information isn't there. I should have thought about this. But I haven't yet. I mean, technically, this specialization doesn't actually do anything. It just is a class. So we could get rid of these and store them as regular Ratzo. How do I want to do the internals of it though? Because okay, here's the other issue. If there are different levels of things, let's say like HP drain, right? Health drain. Because health drain is 1 point each second, right? Which is pretty intense, but we'll let that go. If there are multiple levels of them, we need to have those levels have separate names because if the server assigns them, we need to be able to differentiate them. So the question is, how do we go about doing that? We could do like health drain 1, health drain 2, health drain 3, which would work. Suppose that works. Okay, let's make a list of parameters. We don't even have Razzopon or Razzo play parameter yet, so let's make that. New file, Razzo parameter. Java. It's not going to automatically fill the Java file. Okay. Parameters have public, private, string, private string internal name, private oh, how do I make enums? Therefore, oh yeah, there's Boolean. What happened? Then we need to make parameter impact value. Okay. I'm going to generate getters and setters. Here. Generate getters and setters. Weirdly enough, the first one formatted and the second one did not. We don't question it. Okay. Does collection have an add? It does. Public void add option, not pubic. We don't want that. Why are the options capital? Shouldn't have been. Um, oh, good point. If options is null, options equals new array list of string is not nullable. Yeah, am I going crazy or did I not just immediately fix that? Not a potential null pointer excess. You mean? Okay, a good point. Name this to uh bucket player. Okay. So we will need to erase this because it will instead be searching. Most likely what we'll do is we'll have the Razzopon player would have a set of like Razzo instances on them. Then that would be how we check this. So it'll instead be it'll probably be static and it'll be check player for Razzo. Then it'll return in a list of instances is the idea. That's what we're hoping. So now that we have this, how do I make doc comments in Java again? I could do change modifiers to final. What's the point of putting final in a parameter name? Is it like const? Okay, so it's like const. All right. What's the problem? This is just not true. They don't have null override syntax. I mean, we'll just suppress warnings. Fuck it. Unless this is not how you check for if something is null. Probably return an optional instead of a reference or like a naked reference that could be null. I mean, I could do that here. Optional. That is not it. Hmm. I mean, we could just do this. If options dot is present, return it. Else options is new array list. Do this. Okay. I think that works. Could be wrong. Who knows? We should probably make it so that the Razzopon player can return an optional of player. Change this to be an optional. Okay. All right. I kind of wish it wrapped it and just directly gave access to the underlying object, but I suppose that forcing you to check first is probably helpful. We don't worry about this. We'll worry about it later. This is just from the base template I used, so we'll just delete this. Oh, that's right. I needed to do this to initialize the list. Probably do that in a better way. Make a new folder here. A new folder here. Okay. Take all of these here, move them here. Okay. Connected sessions. Okay. Now we have, how do we do this? Make a new folder here called implementation. Put the event handlers and stuff in there. Did not move them at all. I'm gonna change this to about to keep it tied to what it actually is. And eventually what I would like to do is split it out into its own library. That it's something you can load into any Java like program, because it doesn't necessarily have to be Minecraft. Maybe I should hide Minecraft. It's gonna be a while before we get to actually doing anything with it. We'll hide it for now. Just making the stream spit rate go up. For what should be a really actually, I probably should lower the stream spit rate, shouldn't I? It's pretty high. It's still I'm still streaming at 13 megabits per second. Which I mean, isn't a huge deal, but like there's not a lot going on. Not save as, save all. Okay. So the question is, how do I do this? Well, let's copy this. We'll make it Razzo 2. Okay, so let's get rid of all the static stuff. Okay. We'll get rid of the is affected. So this is a Razzo instance. How does this work? So a private string, actually Razzopon player, target. It has a private collection of something extends Razzopon parameter. Razzo parameter. Parameters. First off, change these to be protected. And we will make a public class Razzo parameter instance extends Razzo parameter. Move it to its own file. We want to do public string value, rather private string value, protected string value, we'll say. Want to generate a getter and a setter. We want to do public double get value as int. Sorry, get value as double. Idiot mode, sorry. Throws number format exception. Return double dot value of value. All right. Do they do the same for short? They're long type. The long type. Do get value as long. That way we don't need to do it in so many types. Value as boolean dot value of string. Whatever Java accept goes, or does it? What does Java accept? What is the return value of boolean dot value of? Minecraft, yep. Boolean dot value of. The Boolean returned represents a true value if the string argument is not null and is equal, ignoring case to the string true. Okay, the question is, in Razzopon, what is the value of true? Is 1 true? Is anything that isn't false true? Realistically, it's probably not a problem because most things should be reading true. So yesterday I managed to recreate basic radio transmission using calibrated skulk sensors and redstone logic. Fucking nerd. No, that's sick though. We're going to treat the default behavior of boolean dot value of as fine. I don't think I need to do get value as string. I mean, I could do this. Public string get value as string. Even do a set value for double long again. As string dot value of there. Does Java automatically upconvert float to double, or do I have to do that myself? I forget. Using a chunk load of each transmission tower, I can use Morse code with another player from so far away. You know, it's kind of fun watching you do this when you do have the power to do one of these. You could, hold on. You could hit him with one of these. That is an option. It actually goes from infinitely far away. You don't even have to build a tower for it. You can even hit him with the encryption by just writing things like looks like this. Nobody will know what you're saying, and then they can just decrypt it. Ignoring, of course, the fact that they have to type it into their own decryption tool. Anyway. Shit. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. I don't know if Java automatically converts values up. Maybe we could try it. Set value 1.0f. Okay, so it does work. All right. It didn't yell at me in time. Right now, it's purely a proof of concept since you can calibrate skulk sensors to different types of sounds. You can recreate basic Wi-Fi. I wonder what the baud rate of Minecraft Wi-Fi is. 20 baud, isn't it? Are you able to create multi-channel communication? All right. So Razzo instance has a private Razzo metadata. Doesn't have a list of players, so this doesn't work. Don't work. Okay. What is the Java date time? Date. This date only? Hold on. Why? Uh, why are all of these deprecated? Calibrated skulk sensors into groups. Each group deals with each type of sound using redstone to make a rhythm of sound, and each group works standalone as a band, and I could try routing them to a single redstone computer, but I would need to test that theory. Yeah. I wonder what the highest data rate you can get is. Looks like date is deprecated and it was replaced by calendar, which is wild. One of the fundamental types of Java has been deprecated since version 1.1. We're on 26, so there's a problem. How the fuck are you supposed to make a time point? I don't even have date time. Here we go. You have a universal date time? This is why I hate Java. There's a mod to increase redstone speed. I'm sure there is, yeah. Hmm. I've never seen someone made ChatGPT in Minecraft. How do you even do that? I guess you just have a plugin with a with an API key. It looks like the Java time library kind of sucks. All implementations of it kind of suck. Um, can I not define default arguments? What? You can't do default arguments? Holy shit, Java is so ass. Java is like C# minus minus. Fucking hell. Okay. What a nightmare. Actually, fuck it. You just have to specify it. I don't give a shit. Applied equals instant dot now. And then expires equals applied dot offset add. Why do you see this to me? Plus temporal amount. New temporal amount. Why is it? The fuck do you mean public static void main? What is happening? I'm just gonna hope. Fuck. Oh, here we go. Boolean is valid. Will return instance.now is less than expires, and sorry, instant.now lowercase is before expires. So rude. Here. Instance now equals instance.now. Work on the decoder to turn the rhythms into signals to pass on and validate so the tower recreates the signals passed on. Yeah. I wonder how large these towers are. We also want to do uh if target dot player dot is present. I think is empty does the same thing as not is present, but we're just gonna not worry about it. Okay. If metadata is null somehow and false. Technically the parameter list doesn't need to exist. It could be optional. Oh, I need to actually have them specify it. Probably make getters and setters. Actually, just getters. I need to do anything else here. Maybe I make this a long actually. Enters is long. It's long, so we'll take that. That way we can you can do like long max value or something. Or just a really high number for an infinite duration. Do law Razzo expire? I remember. Okay. Why is VTube Studio open? have a Steam page with VTube Studio open on this computer, which is not the computer I do all of the things on. Ah, I forgot. You can see everything I type. Make sure not to type the location of the bodies. Anyway. All right though. I didn't write anything sensitive. Realistically, I should probably make a way to temporarily disable that. I mean, I could also just close coalescence, which also works. But then I can't have people have the little animation when they get banned. We have our bots. Let's see. So we have our target, we have our list of parameters, we have our metadata. We need a way to get a parameter. So public Razzo parameter instance get parameter ring internal name return. So if parameters is null, can be hold on. I make the optional of int a equals null. That does work. We're going to make these fully optional. If not, or if parameters that is empty, return null. Else, return parameters dot get dot first. Hmm. Else for each var param. We don't have that. Razzo parameter instance parameter in parameters dot get dot iterator. Oh, what? What do you want? Oh, yeah. I just forget. So used to the good language. If parameter dot internal name dot equals get internal name equals internal name. Sorry, equals ignore case. Then return parameter. Else return null. Return optional of. parameter. Okay. Or does null create an empty optional? Or is that just a nullable optional? Probably just make optional.empty. Hmm. These are actually optionals because if it's a string that doesn't exist, can I not make an optional of a value type? Then hmm. I don't know why this is throwing an exception. I looked up Java optional of value type and it's not, I haven't found any conclusive thing of if you can't. Like there's a type for that. Oh, there are types for a lot of those. not visible, then why do you show it to me? Okay. Did these not throw number format exception? I say this like this is going to be the important part of the library. It's really not. So, okay. Now have our parameters. Now let's make it so that whenever you create, hold on. What we could do actually, do public Razzo parameter instance, create instance by random. We could do if type or switch type case discrete. Then int or long value equals r.next long between minimum value and maximum value. Both of these cast to long, of course. Can you not do that? Oh, these are optionals. If minimum value dot is empty or maximum value dot is empty, throw new invalid state. What is the exception for this? Problem is it only shows me the things that end with the exception that also start with E. Java exception for invalid operation. Legal state exception. The minimum or maximum value is not set and the type is set to discrete. Okay, so these are guaranteed to exist. Now we can do Razzo parameter instance RPI equals new. That's parameter instance. Did not have a we will make this not extend. We'll have one. that all of the types? String, double, long, boolean, yes. Okay. I think this is excluding the upper value. Unfortunately, not giving me any information, so I have to look this up now. Killing me. Yep, so it's the typical one. So our random ranges are inclusive, so we have to increase it by 1. Okay. Okay. I do believe that this is also an exclusive bound, but I don't know how I would get it to be inclusive. There's really not much I could do about that, is there? Where did my tab for the random number generator go? Just next double. Yeah, so the issue is um it's also exclusive, and I don't think I can do anything because there's no value I could scale it by that would make it um take this value. Unless I can do like some sort of like double dot next value. I don't know. See? Mm. That's too much work. We'll just accept the fact that you may have a slightly lower value range. I don't care that much. We might fix it later, but as of right now, no. Case Boolean. Um R.next Boolean, my beloved. And then case choice, I believe, is long index equals r dot next to long of options dot get dot length size works. If options dot is empty, throw new illegal state exception. The options list is empty or is unspecified, and the type is set to choice. Okay. Now we do options dot get dot element at index. It's just indexing directly. Um, how do I get the element at a specific index? Why is it an object? The hell? Am I gonna have to iterate it? Hold on. Collection of string local options equals options dot get, right? Does it need to be a list? I can make it a list. Can I still not index a list? There we go. Get. Was that always a thing I could have done? Nope. I mean, to be fair, if you have more than 2 billion options in your route, you probably have larger issues. Also, because we probably can't deserialize something that large, at least for another 30 years. Okay, this should work. We don't have a default. A new route so parameter instance of this with no specified value because we don't know. We can make this a private static random r. If r equals null, then r equals new random. Okay. What is the problem here? Oh, yeah, we need to do get metadata. Okay. Probably don't need this anymore. Although it is weird to have a get. Kind of strange, but it works. All right. So what I want to be able to do now is instantiate a Razzo from its metadata, which I should now be able to do. Maybe. It doesn't actually have a list of parameters. We actually probably don't need this. Do we? I don't know. The idea is we can do public Razzo instance instantiate Razzopon player target optional of Razzo of collection. Actually, list, isn't it? Collection? I guess collection works. Razzo parameter instance. Parameter instances. Int duration seconds. I think is a long, isn't it? So we can make Razzo instance equals new Razzo instance of this target parameter instances duration seconds. Problem? Oh, we don't return it. Return instance. We can do a public void fill unspecified parameters by random. All right. So we can do for. Oh, I can't modify the collection while I'm iterating it, can I? If parameters is empty, then parameters equals optional dot of list of or new list of Razzo parameter instance a new array list rather. My beloved. Then for Razzo parameter param in metadata metadata dot get parameters. What? You fuck off. I'm trying to click shit. All right. Instead of array list, I will give collection. Okay. I can do get param. If parameters dot get, I should really alias this. Collection of Razzo parameter instance params. Local parameters equals parameters dot get. Okay. If local parameters dot contains any for Razzo parameter instance local param in local parameters bool flag equals false, boolean flag equals false. If what do you want? Oh. If local param dot get metadata dot get internal name dot equals ignore case of param dot get internal name, then flag equals true break. If flag still equals false, then we don't have it. Razzo parameter, or actually param dot create instance by random. The local parameters dot add. We'll do parameters get dot add. Okay, this should maybe, we're lucky, fill the list if it's not full. Hopefully. Now in Razzo instantiate, we can now do instance fill unspecified parameters by random. Okay. So theoretically, we can create one now by just doing instantiate by random. I think. So now what we should probably do is put in a shit ton of logging so we can actually see if everything works or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this middleware. Oh, this is going to suck. All of the logging is going to use a class that doesn't exist if I split this. But oh well. Private static logger get logger going to be return instance get logger. Oh, we'll just do this. What I want to do now is Razzopon the middleware dot static log hidden. Static log level dot info messages checking plus this dot name metadata dot name for unspecified arguments. Scanning for param.getName. And we will do did not find param.getName. Creating new one. Else. Found param.getName. This is going to look bad, but it's going to be really useful for figuring out why it doesn't work. So. What we can do is do metadata has plus metadata dot get parameters dot size count length. Huh? Seem to see a problem here. This is a collection of parameter. This is nothing. Is there a way to get the number of things in a collection? I don't think that the type system for Red Hat has any clue what's going on anymore. Java util collection. It has no fucking clue what's going on. Size does exist. All right. Theoretically, this works. Okay. Probably not info. That's probably fine. Okay. Now for a Razzo parameter instance. Actually, it's just Razzo parameter. Do hold on. Should probably have a reference to the Razzo it's actually from, shouldn't it? I might do that. Probably won't. Um, I even do. Oh no, I haven't tested this. Hold on. Okay, no, that works. We're fine. I forgot. Because I know in C++, if you use string plus integer, it breaks. It blows up. Everything dies because it takes the pointer to the string and increments it. But Java doesn't do that. Okay. Gonna be a little rough because these are gonna be extremely long entries. Yeah, okay. That should work. That'll give us a lot of information as to what is going on there. Now, what I'd like to do is we're gonna need to have new ways to do these. But most likely what we'll do, uh, how do I do this? Dictionary of string to Razzos. A hash map. It's the implements dictionary. What is the implementer type for dictionary? Yeah, they said to use map instead. Crazy how many like incredibly out of date things that they just have. It is an issue. We don't actually know our internal name. Our plan was to get rid of these anyway. Hmm. Private string idempotency. Actually, this could be long. Probably fine. Then we need a private static random R or idempotency generator. If idempotency generator is null, idempotency generator equals to random. But okay. And the idea for this is that I have here a private array list of Razzopon or Razzo instance rather. Razzos. So what we do is, where's the constructor? Is there a constructor? Okay. Okay. The idea here, we can now do private or public void add Razzo instance Razzos.add Razzo instance. Here we make a getter for this idempotency key. Actually, we could make this a UUID. We don't need this. The idea now is that we use in Razzopon player. We can do bool found same UUID equals false if for Razzo instances in Razzos, if instances dot idempotency key equals instance get idempotency key, then found same UUID equals true. If found same UUID, turn, else we add them. There we go. All right. Now we should be able to add these, and it'll not affect them if it's already there. Now what we can do, target or add Razzo this. It's a slight issue. In our Razzo to Razzo instance, we call the constructor, and then we call fill. So what I'm actually going to do is we'll do a public void apply to target. Is this ever red? No. Okay, we're going to actually make this not red. And we are going to specify this as a parameter, and we're going to get rid of the target entirely. And now what we're going to do is we're going to have a private array list of Razzopon player targets. Targets equals new array list. And the idea is now one Razzo instance can now handle more than one player. We just need to determine how they are like affected by them. Sorry, I'm a little bit tired. I'm going to go run to the bathroom really quick. So we will be back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. All right. Back to the main scene. Hello. I guess if I need to type something sensitive, I could intermit to be right back, couldn't I? I could also just switch to the non-keyboard gremlin model. I believe I can do. Can't I do that? Hold on. Does that work? I'm gone. I'm back. That's right. Fear me. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the keyboard model. Gremlin keyboard. Keyboard. It's okay, we have discovered that it does still work somehow. Okay. Now, when this expires, remove from all targets. Target dot remove Razzo. This. Okay, so now we need to go implement that. Oh, for upon player targets. Okay. Okay. Now the idea is what? Wait, there's no target. We still need the target, don't we? Then we do. Instance apply to target. Okay. Now what we have to do is somehow start up and register all the Razzo. So we can do a private Boolean first startup equals false. Nope, equals true actually. If first startup, call register all Razzo. Okay. Now we need to do Razzo r equals new. Oh, new Razzo, sorry. Health drain. Minecraft health drain. Dot first Health drain weak dot curse. Doesn't really matter what you name them. They don't. The internal name doesn't have a standard format. It's generally good practice to put your game name at the beginning, though. Wait, what? I don't have any. Need to get rid of this. Um, Actually, we don't want to target here. Hmm. Maybe we do make classes to do this because it's gonna get really messy otherwise. Because it's gonna be one really long script. I mean, ideally, we would read it from a JSON file. We could. I mean, we already have to be able to serialize it, so we might as well deserialize it too, right? We could like make a new file. JSON. Hold on. Put there. Name. Play name. Health. Train week. Kernel name is Minecraft.health drain week.curse. Type is middleware ID is going to be a problem. Guess we just do that. We need the parameter list. It's weird because it's not actually in the basic one. Could be like parameters. Play name. Strength. Kernel name is strength. Look at that. Type greet minimum or min value is 1. Max value is also 1. 2 maybe. Unit name is points. Impact is relevance 10. Difficulty is impact 7. values don't really matter. They're going to be passed to the moderator. So right now, they don't matter. Ways to rate how the Razzo will affect the game. That way, the moderator can make more intelligent decisions as to what to put down. Yeah. Yeah, the same thing for interval. Be between 160 and 480 ticks. Let's start undefining these. Doesn't really matter yet. The description. Your health being drained for strength 3. It also make a special parameter for choosing its duration. I'm going to say that there's a special parameter duration, which is a discrete, actually it's a continuous for seconds, which we will apply it for 4 minutes to 5 minutes. Lasts second or duration. Let's do Razzopon player. E equals Razzopon player lookup from the bucket player. If RP is null, else if RP dot get so. Razzo instances of Minecraft health drain curse. Guess we don't know how long there is left, do we? Is map not too? Is it not type A to type B? Guess they both have to be reference types. Uh, Parameter damage thing on health in week. Cannot cast from long to integer. Rand. Okay. Okay. We definitely need to clean up the code to actually process it, but if that is functional, then we are halfway there. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Now the only problem is we have to register it. Which isn't going to be that great. How do you get plugin? Get resource? Just get resource. Razzo.json. Read. Type is this? Put stream. Um, mm, there. So I think you could have that. We use backslash pipe as our delimiter. Hopefully that should mean that we can get the entire document. Hmm. Is there not a get internal name? There's not even an internal name. Um, who has any idea if it's going to work? It's probably not going to work. What are our chances? I rated at 3% that this works. Hell, even can't find simple. So I hate Java, dude. I don't know what the problem is. It says that there is an issue in health drain timer. Cannot access. Why? Why is there a problem? What's the deal? What it probably is, it's probably line feeds. I've had this issue before. The line feeds don't work. That causes issues. Fucking stupid. Absolutely idiotic. For a white space, ignorant language, for line feeds to be the fucking problem. Java's worse than C++. I have no idea how unhappy I am about that. Fucking line feeds, dude. Did it work? Why is it red? Oh, the I can't use optional values in GS or JSON code. That's a problem. Okay, we can't use optionals. Because I use optionals here, actually. Um, I'll use an optional here too. Here I am again. Yep. Great. I have to do it for the optional doubles too. Okay. All right. Where is it? Make them reference doubles. That's fine. So we should probably have setters too. Side issue is now complaining about other optionals. Oh, it's this. It'll have to work eventually, right? Okay, I'm gonna need to look into references to control JSON because it is trying to deserialize instant, and I can't do anything about that. Why is it trying to deserialize instant? Ratzo doesn't have an instant. Ratzo parameter also doesn't have an instant. Only Ratzo instance has an instant, and there are none in Ratzo. So why are you attempting to do that? All Ratzo has a list of Ratzo and not Ratzo instance. So why is JSON trying to deserialize something unrelated to what I'm trying to deserialize? Sorry, what? Hmm. How should I do this? What am I doing? Right now I'm trying to set up a deserializer. Right now I have this resource file, which describes the different events, well, the one event that can happen. The problem is Google has a library called JSON, which will turn this into um, an object in Java. The problem is, for whatever reason, it is trying to deserialize a Java time instant, one of these, which isn't present in the object I'm trying to deserialize, which is weird and annoying. See, I'm trying to deserialize to all Razzo, right? If I open this, you see it's a list of Razzo, which has, your string, your type, has a player. Oh, we found it. I'm going to write transient on this, that it'll fuck off and ignore them. I'm allergic to weird things. It's still crashed. It's still trying to do it. It's still trying to deserialize an optional. Man. Where? I don't even think I use optional anymore. Oh, yeah, no. That's the other problem I have with the Java like thing is like properties end up everywhere. Given that's probably my fault, but I can still complain about it. Moment of truth. Doesn't work. Cannot invoke Java util map put because Razzo's is null. They always get me. They always get me. Or register Razzo. Not how I should be doing this, but it's a temporary solution. Feel your word of wisdom is trying to get my brain, but my brain run from it faster. Yeah. Okay, things will work this time. It'll be different this time. It'll not have a giant flash of red text after it spends 4 seconds waiting after initializing legacy material support because I don't have the right flag set in my plugin.yml. Holy shit, it actually worked. Chat. It worked. It crashed. Oh dear. Layers is null as well. Okay. We probably need to set these lists up manually. The on first startup. Where did it go? What? Razzopon player dot Here's is invisible. Lookup should do if players is null, players equals new array list of. It's cool that the what is this about? I don't remember doing this. Um, that works. Um, my brain hurts. R dot instantiate null duration of, I don't know, 30 seconds. R but so I equals ri dot apply to target on player. That works, I guess. I just work here. Did I do it? I think so. We're gonna package it and we're gonna ship it. Didn't work. What do you want? Wait, what? It can't be used because it's being used by another process? Oh, okay. Well, should do. That the file was incomplete. Hmm. Okay. See what happens. Oh. Oh. Slight issue. So it's telling me that there's a Stack Overflow exception because create players if null when I did split it out also calls itself. Is a slight issue. Ah, I'm pressing the wrong button by the way. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to use install. Okay. This is so sad. That's because parameter instances is null. But unfortunately, the stack trace is not working because trying to print the stack trace just returned the type name of the stack trace. So we have to go figure out where it happened to me, like manually. So let's see. We go into, it's probably in instantiate. I had to guess. Okay, so this will be optional.empty instead of, sorry, trying to make things happen. You don't need to blast a bunch of shit in my code. All right. Oh, great. Maven's giving errors now. Cannot access the file because it's being used. No, it's not. You're writing to a temporary directory and it copies it only when the server restarts. There's no way that copying. Oh my god, now this is telling me that I don't have the right fucking files. I'm gonna have a fucking moment. It really does feel like Java has like a 30% chance to compile. Minimum or maximum value is not set and the type is set to discrete. Okay, so JSON failed to deserialize the Razzo, I suppose. Okay, let's try this then. We're going to output the entire thing to the logger. So static log level.finest JSON definition. We're going to serialize it. Then we are going to maybe we won't write the entire thing. What we'll do instead is that for each one of them individually, we'll do g.toJSON of Razzo. Then we will write that thread JSON or reserialized Razzo. Okay. And that will tell me what it is reading, regardless of what was written. It didn't read anything. Okay. We will up the log level to info so that it doesn't erase it. Then also, what did I do? I did do something, but I forgot already. So it's good. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm promoting this to info because I'm not seeing anything in the log at all, which might mean that it's reading nothing. Okay. This is what it's getting back. This is not YAML. What the fuck? This is all it's reading. This is the document. So now I have to go figure out why JSON isn't doing anything. We expect here. Copy this into a new document. And this is what we expect to see on the right. And this is what we are seeing. The description isn't being read for some reason. A ton of the parameter data isn't being read. Almost none of the parameter data is being read. So let's see. Here, I'll hide the Minecraft window. I did just realize I just said like what we expect to see is on the right. This is what we expect to see. This is what we're getting. So let's take a look at the description. Where is the description? Did I not have a description? Okay, well that's one. Now we have to do the parameter instance. Or the Razzo parameter itself. Please stop opening in the one that I don't want you to open on. Why is type not being? Oh, it is. What is not? Min value and max value is not being deserialized. They have getters and setters. They're the same level of visible as everything else. Why are they not being deserialized? Oh, what a nightmare. What Java programming is like. A masochist's favorite thing. I feel like half of programming is being angry at the libraries you use. It gets worse when they're your libraries. Then you know you're the idiot. It's still not doing anything. Fuck me. Does it not do doubles as references? Can JSON not do that? Unless JSON numbers are only integral. I don't understand why it's not deserializing. Why are you doing this to me? Google hates me, that's why. JSON not deserializing stuff. Fuck if I know. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I might be an idiot. Might be me. Um, it has shortened names, that's why. Because they're not the name parameters. This is the parameter. Actually, the impact values aren't even here. Protected, Razzo, parameter, impact values, impact. Annotations. I still think I was getting less than that, wasn't I? Hold on. You know what? We'll just run this and then see what happens. Turns out when you do the thing right, it works. Just because I'm an idiot doesn't mean I'm not an idiot. Okay, we have a lot more information. All right. How does that look? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 members. We have 6. What are we missing? So weirdly enough, they're being we're missing display name. That's why. Um. Um. They're being serialized in a different order, which is weird. Okay. I have to do this again one more time, and then it should work. Science might be there, guys. I don't know if it's working. Oh, you know what? It's not. I know why. I know why. This is supposed to run every 1 tick now. I made a oopsie. Okay. I don't know if it's working or not. Um, not doing it. Uh, that. I don't know why it's doing. I don't know why it's not doing it. Um, well, we can clean this up a little bit because this doesn't need to be in an else block. Um, oh, that sheep. I don't think it's working. I'm looking at the output, and I should be getting hit every 14 seconds. Now I should have a lot of problems. Nothing. Um, science will get there. There's going to be a lot of log spam, but science will get there. This is I'm still not registered. It is weird because I should be. Because add Razzo does register your player. It creates you and registers. This function registers your player. Oh. They got me with the optionals. That's rough. Like the blue underline means that you really shit the bed. It means you're doing something that makes no sense. Now we just walk around a bit. Oh. Yeah, that's not helping either. Have it checking the wrong the wrong parameter. Ow. Oh wow. It gave me the longest or one of the longest durations I've seen this far. Give me 437 ticks, which is 21 seconds, about 22 seconds between attacks. Ow. Should be getting hit like all the time. Anyway. If I rejoin the server, am I still getting blasted? Yep. Okay. So I want to make this a little bit more nice. We'll extract this method, call it handle weak health drain. I want to have some way to quickly get this and set its default value if it isn't present. So we're gonna do private long. Actually, we could do this. Yeah, hold on. Now the idea is we do long damage equals instance dot get parameter or default of strength or get task ID. What the hell? Or its default of 1. Which makes all this go away. We have long interval equals interval or its default value of 240 for 12 seconds. Value equals interval. Int value. Okay. Then what we can do is we can actually take all of this extract this, handle generic health drain. Now what we can do, rename this, or take a string arg, health drain type, we can call this handle generic drain. Okay, so now we can have 4 categories of them. Then we do one of these. The duration is shorter, 18 to 24. Or no, the duration in seconds is 2 minutes to 3 minutes. Strength is 2 to 4. And the interval is 120 ticks to 300 ticks. So it's just a little bit more spicy. So we have strong. We'll have a shorter duration, 1 to 2 minutes. It'll have a strength of 3 to 5. Actually, 2 to 5. But it'll have an interval of only 5 seconds to 10 seconds. We have intense. Will only last for around 30 seconds, so say 25 to 45 seconds. But it does 4 to 7 damage every 70 ticks to 120 ticks. So this is really intense damage. Perhaps unreasonably intense damage. Okay. Also probably a bad way to like check what statuses you have because it has to loop through every player who's online every time that we do this. It's not exactly great, but it'll work for one player. I gotta really. This is not. That's 168 ticks. Minecraft's tick rate 40 instead of 20. That's 20. Why am I dying so quickly? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I have to restart the server anyway. We're gonna make the low bound for this way higher. We'll say 300 to 480. Be 240 to 360. It'll be 200. No, we'll do 180 to 240. This will be 100 to 160. Could also probably make a command to like clear. Hmm. Let's do that. Okay, we need to make a new command for it. Need to bind the command. Package. Oh my god. Whenever it says something else is using the package, that means that it just fails to move over. And then every time I build it after that, I have to like build it like 3 or 4 times, or else it'll just not have the resources that it needs. It moves over like empty jar files or something. It's so weird. Pretty intense, isn't it? But to be fair, this is the intense one. All right. Okay. Now what I need to do is remove the logging because there's so much logging. So we will ignore messages of this and this. Actually, I guess while I'm here, I might as well delete this, this, and this. Right now that the log isn't doing backflips. So it works. We now have the Razzo in the correct format and are being applied correctly. Now let's go and try some weird things. So we can do simple things like make you lose HP, but we could also do weird things like make all items either go towards you or away from you. So to do something like that, we could do do magnetism. Uh, items are pulled to you with strength, power, every interval. So the strength is actually a continuous and has a minimum value of -30, and maybe not -30. We'll say -15 to 15 BPS, blocks per second. And we will unset the difficulty. An interval can be as low as 10 ticks. Actually, 2 to 6, we'll say. Worst comes to worst, we just play with it more as time goes on. So, we're actually going to put it on this one anyway. So we need to do other. Handle generic magnetism. The default value is 6. What we want to do now is double strength equals now what we want to do is player dot get entities, get nearby entities. I guess this is CXCYCZ. We'll say every entity within. Oh, we could make a range parameter too. Items within range will be 1 to 20 blocks. Have a default of, I don't know, 5 blocks. Range, range, range. But is this collection extends entity? List of entities equals for entity E in entities. If E instance of item stack item, then item I equals item of E, I dot add velocity, I dot velocity, add velocity. So velocity, what? Vector 3, vector, E equals I dot get velocity. Vector difference equals I dot get location dot minus or dot offset dot subtract player dot location dot to vector difference equals difference dot normalize difference equals difference dot multiply of strength v equals v dot add difference. We set the velocity to v. Now items will get blasted away or towards you, depending on what you got in the random. Now we're gonna call handle generic magnetism. Which will be minecraft.magnetism.law. I think this works. We're about to find out. Magnetism hurts more than I thought it would. Um, Guys, I missed the point at which I put player.damage in this. Oh, that'll do it. Um, yeah. Turns out, you have to give it the right thing for it to not kill you. Oopsies. Turns out every single one of the every single one of the things was trying to activate at once. Probably the only reason it didn't work is that they it does a full damage event instead of just setting your health to be lower. Okay, let's try getting an item. The strength is only 10. How enthusiastically it's trying to get away, though. Are they coming towards me? Oh, I think it's coming towards me. Look at me more than one. Clinton Steel. Okay, sorry. Pop one of these bad boys down. I think it is trying to come to me, but it's so enthusiastic it's barely working. Yeah. Okay, we need to reduce the power. It's a little bit too high. It's freaking the fuck out. So we're going to change it. That was 10. We're going to change it to -3 to 3. You know what? Not even that. -2 to 2. That should still be pretty fast because it's 2 blocks per second. Let's try that and see how that goes. It's a little bit too enthusiastic. Huh? Oh, I got such a low range, it's barely even noticeable. Hold on. Oh, wow. Try this. Even at 2, it's so strong. It's so strong. Okay. So even 2 might be too strong. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. I do want it to be kind of strong, but it is intense. So I'm going to say 0.6. 0.6. Or wait, is it? I have an idea as to why. Am I adding to it? Yes. Okay. That's why. It's because it's getting extremely fast because this is compounding very quickly. So we're gonna set it back to 3. Now it should be up to 3 blocks per second and not up to theoretically infinite, headed straight towards you like a missile. As awesome as that was. All right, let's okay, we got a range of 9. Strength of 2.8. This is near maximum strength. Here, we'll put some put a lot of stuff going on here. We gotta make it significant. I'm so dead. Okay. Oh no. Being pushed away now. Oh, where does it keep going? As soon as I drop it, it's gone. Where are they going? It's like it's being deleted. What? Maybe I should limit the Y value of it. I love the idea that you have to chase your items down into a hole to get them. It's really stupid, but really funny. Okay, I might limit the Y velocity to half of its horizontal component. It is one of the things that Y is usually significantly higher. You can see it's going to space. I should also probably make it's already normalized when it's choosing its direction, isn't it? Okay. Perfect. So dumb looking. I'm gonna send a video of this to the client. Means I'm gonna have to go into full screen mode. Here, we'll detonate a TNT right here. Actually, I could just make it a full screen thing. All right. He's gonna be like, "Who's the gremlin?" Joke's on him. It's me. Okay, let's try this. I think I'll send the other clip because I think it's more interesting. Hold on, it's struggling. Says that this clip is not available in this browser. This is so sad. Can I not choose clips of most recent? 7 minutes ago is still too long ago, but I want to get one with a good full screen view. I want to send it to him. You can see kind of what it'll look like. But for some reason, Twitch is not doing the thing. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to cut out the incredibly boring part where I just don't say anything for the last 8 seconds. The last 18 seconds of the clip. Give it the most stupid name. Have you ever heard of magnetisma? Why not send a message to him in that long? Top 1 worst sellers. Right. Looks good. It's weird because like on the stream preview and like in all of my views of the stream relay PC, the frame rate always looks bad on my end. But watching the clip back, the frame rate's like actually pretty good. I'm so used to it looking bad. I'm like, what the hell is this 60 frames per second stream? The tail is moving so fluidly compared to what I see. Everything looks so fluid. But yes, it has worked. Now I can make Minecraft a box again. Haphazardly stick it in the corner of the screen. That is its prison. Right there. Half obscured by chat and half obscured by me. It's weird playing Minecraft in a square window. Yes, we can now magnetize. Oh yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? So one of the things that can happen is some math is a little bit freaky, and I did just get an issue where I accidentally made x an infinite integer, an infinite number, because the math didn't work out. So that's something we have to be aware of. How about texture randomness? Has that always been a thing? I thought that was always Optifine. Yeah. Now I can't escape the items anymore. I wonder if I could get them to fall. No, because they come back up. Should have thought about that. 10 components. What the hell does 10 components mean? Hmm. It looks like it's some sort of scripting and item like behavioral modification thing. I like that they're always trying to like add more ways for you to add properties to items. At some point, I feel like they're just gonna give us the straight up like JSON editing API. I guess that's what components probably is. Oh, I can't run. That's problematic. I'm just surprised with how like well the magnetism thing is working. I might make its basal range a little bit higher though, because it's not really that impressive. I mean the range is 1 to 20 blocks. Like 1 is your pickup radius, I'm pretty sure. So it wouldn't actually do anything. I say let's do 7 to, no, not 7, because 7, if it's that high, it's impossible to get. Say 3 to 30. Diabolical high. Okay. And then duration is actually ignored for law Razzo, but we'll leave it. It's fine. Everything is fine. All right. Now we have an extensible way to define Razzo for the Minecraft handler. And we should theoretically be able to send these JSON objects to the server, and it should work. The only problem is we don't actually have a way to do that yet. So what we'll look at doing next time is to actually create the connection between the server and the middleware, which we do not yet have. And then the possibilities are endless. I also need to make sure that I specify that you cannot apply a Razzo to a user only internally in your middleware, because there are going to be weird things you can do, or the weird things we can do with meta Razzo, which will allow us to modify your settings and stuff. So if you request to add magnetism with a range of 5, you might get magnetism with a range of 700. and you have to handle that. Your problem and ours, but your problem mostly. Uh, all right. Let's find somebody to raid. Who shall we raid? Who's getting blasted? Let us see our options. This person is currently making their model. I got a Lunchables ad. Rough. You don't expect the Lunchables jump scare, but uh okay, no, we're fine. I got a little bit worried that this person was currently using a model without any clothes on, but we are fine. They have clothes. We're going to make a raid to them. Why does pressing / open the find menu? Okay. This is a random raid by tag, so I do not know this person. I just really all I do is see if they have followers only chat on. So we are going to raid them. They're currently setting up their model. It looks like they got Suika's model, maybe Prism. I'm not sure. I'm not very good at identifying the customizable models yet, but they are setting up one of the customizable models, one of the big ones, the big three, you might say. Sen, Suika, and Prism are the big three, to my knowledge. I think there's another one, but I forget. But everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a great day. And I will see you next time. We are going to be streaming at 10:30-ish, maybe 11. I have a meeting immediately before the stream, so if we end up running overtime, the stream will be delayed, but somewhere around noon is the idea. So we will go from there. Everybody, thanks, and I will see you next time. Bye.